I'd like to call the Audit Committee meeting to order. Today is Monday, August 3rd. It is 5:07 p.m. Clerk, can you please take a roll?
Councilman Andujar,
Present.
Councilwoman Haroyan, Council President Wall,
Here.
Daniel P. Connors, Alvin Candelario,
Here.
Dylan Zalazo,
Here.
Anthony Ritchie.
Guess we have a quorum. Moving on to new business. The committee shall certify that the proposed levy is sufficient to meet the budgetary assumptions.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh,
could
Mr.
I
President.
ask, and generally every meeting we do have public comment. In the past, the audit committee didn't. But if it's okay with you, perhaps you could ask if it would be okay if people from the audience would like to make public comment if no one has objections.
Okay, I was going to do that right after the new business, but I guess I'll take your assumption on it. So, at this present time, I would like to. Do we have to make an amendment? If there is no objection, I would like to add public comment on docketed items only for the general public.
No objection.
Seeing no objections,
Not yet, sir.
clerk, do we have to take a roll? No, no roll. All right. At this time, is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on docketed items only? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, anyone on the line that would like to make comment on docketed items only?
There is no public comment online.
All right, I guess there are none. At this time, I'll move on to new business. New businesses, the committee shall certify that the proposed levy is sufficient to meet the budgetary assumptions inherent in the adopted budget. May I entertain a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. President. It's been a long time since you said that.
I know, it's nice to be down here. Let me just state this for the record. You can hear me, right, Tom? That this is certainly later than it usually has been. This was an extraordinary budget cycle, given the crisis, we'll say financial crisis, not to use hyperbole. However, we did check with our attorneys, and this is something, and perhaps Mr. Strom, you had a document regarding the legalities of the budget process. Could you weigh in on that? I just for the record. The letter you had from Mr. Millett. Yes, that's what we're doing today.
The tax assessor, Ken Millett, I asked him, knowing that this was on the docket for this evening, to send me a memo and send me the certified tax levy that he has. And he said to me that the certification is required on or before August 15th by the state of Rhode Island annually. And ours, meaning this document that I passed out, will be filed this week.
Thank you. So just, even though it would be better, and certainly in a perfect world, we would have done this before the tax levy, before we had, put out the tax bills, it's well within the bounds of the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our auditor would like to say something.
Also today, I had dialogue with the city solicitor, and on a regular basis, or at least over the last couple of months, there's been a lot of ordinances in our charter that came way before the state legislation. So there's multiple layers of checks and balances that come into play. I believe in Mike, you can correct me, but the state says that we cannot pass a budget that's not balanced and doesn't adhere to our levy. So I'll let Mike elaborate a little bit on that.
Sure. I believe you talked to me, not the city solicitor, right? Yeah. I don't want that promotion.
Council attorney, my apologies.
Thank you. It's okay. So our ordinance does say that the audit committee, that prior to the final tax bills being printed, the committee shall certify that the proposed levy is sufficient to meet the budgetary assumptions inherent in the adopted budget. That is part of the ordinance. I would note, however, that there is, again, it would be in a perfect world, it would be great that we could do that before the bills are printed. But as Mr. Strom indicated, that the actual tax levy does not have to be certified by the state until August 15th. And they submitted the documentations waiting for that certification. In the meantime, we can't wait to get the tax bills printed because we want to get the revenue flowing into the city. I also point out that even though the ordinance indicates that this committee should do that prior to the bills being printed, there is no penalty for not doing so. In other words, if this was a mandatory ordinance that indicated that that had to be done before a certain time or before they're being printed, there would be a penalty to it. This is really more a directory. It's more kind of a suggestion, I would add, that this be done. And the auditor is right. The council's auditor is correct. I looked up this code of ordinances. I couldn't tell when this was passed. I think this predates a lot of the legislation that was passed at the state. So as I indicated, that we cannot pass a budget that does not, where the revenues do not equal the expenditures. And we get that through the certification process by working with the administration, and that is in the process of doing though, but I'm confident that doing this tonight does not violate any type of state or local law.
Thank you, Mr. Solicitor. Anyone else with any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Auditor, my question is, are there any red flags that have you seen for us preventing us from certifying this?
No, just like I said, based on state law, our budget balanced, it had a balance at the time of approval by the council. So it's in compliance.
Okay. Director?
Yes, I just want to make one comment. The tax assessor in their department does continually, even after the budget is presented, looks at properties and things that could have a positive or negative effect on the tax certification. So this is his final document that he's approved.
Thank you, Director. Is there anyone else? Seeing none, clerk, please take a roll.
I just want to note that Council Vice President Horoyan is now present. Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Council Vice President Horoyan? Yes. Council President Wall?
Yes.
Daniel P. Connors? Alvin Candelaro?
Yes.
Dylan Zalazo?
Yes.
Anthony Ritchie? Do you want to take that document and place it on the record?
Yes.
I make a motion to put the notice of property tax change and support sheet provided by Director Strom into the record.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, take a roll.
Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Council Vice President Horoyan? Yes. Council President Wall?
Yes.
Daniel P. Connors? Alvin Candelario?
Yes.
Dylan Zalazo?
Yes.
Anthony Ritchie?
All right, motion carries. Before we adjourn, I really want to thank Mr. Connors for repeating and coming back on. Thank you, Mr. Candelario, for serving. And Dylan, thank you as always for coming out for the city. And Mr. Ritchie, I know is not here, but I'd like to thank him as well for serving again repeatedly. So with that, may I entertain a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Any discussion? Oh, before we begin, we will be meeting in October. I believe our auditor will be,
So that to help
Shipping.
all the new board members along, obviously, we're going to meet again at its quarterly meeting. If there are any questions that come up with the information that's provided, please feel free to email me, and I'll help you through it as best to my knowledge to answer your questions. So at least when we have some constructive questions coming in October, we'll be able to address them in advance.
thank you, auditor. So I believe we had a first, a second, no discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nay? We are adjourned at 5:16.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Claims Committee meeting on Monday, August 3rd, 2026. I would like to call this meeting to order. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Council Vice President Harian. Present. Councilman Andujar.
Present.
Councilman Ritz.
Present.
Councilman Trafficante. Councilwoman Vaziri.
Present.
Council President Wall.
Here.
Is there anyone in chambers who would like to make public comment on agenda matters only? Is there anyone online?
There is no public comment online.
At this time, I would like to close public comment. I would like to entertain a motion to convene to executive session pursuant to RIGL 4246582. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Any comments? Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes.
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 We are now in executive session. back from executive session. There are no new matters continued from the July 6, 2026 meeting. I would like a motion to return to open session.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante, Councilwoman Vaziri,
Yes.
Council Vice President Horoyan. Yes. Council President Wall.
Yes.
I want to state for the record that motions were made in executive session, and I would motion to seal the executive session minutes.
Motion to seal the executive session.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz, Councilman Trafficante, Councilwoman Vaziri,
Yes.
Council Vice President Horoyan. Yes. Council President Wall.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to approve the minutes of the July 6th regular meeting.
Point of
So-
order there, none there. No. Are they there? No. Just move on.
Okay. May I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So
Motion to
moved.
adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Ayes have it. This meeting has been adjourned and the next one will begin in 10 minutes.
Perfect.
Tonight, Safety Services and License Committee to order, August 3rd, 6 PM. Clerk, could I please have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano? Councilman Andujar?
Present.
Councilman Ritz?
Present.
Councilman Trafficante?
Present.
Councilman Vaziri?
Present.
Council Vice President Haroyan?
Present.
Council President Wall?
Here.
Okay, I'm going to ask for approval from the May 4th, 2026 the committee meetings approval of the
Motion
notes.
to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I please have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano? Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz? Councilman Trafficante?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri?
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan?
Yes.
Council President Wall?
Yes.
Next, we're going to ask for an approval of the minutes from the special meeting on May 20th, 2026.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano? Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz? Councilman Trafficante?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri?
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan?
Yes.
Council President Wall?
Yes.
Okay, if all are in favor tonight without any objection, I would like to take the agenda out of order. We have a lot of people here tonight interested in one item on the agenda. So if all are in favor, I'd like to take the agenda out of order tonight. Okay, first we're going to start with council communications, and I believe Councilman Ritz would like to speak.
Thank you. Yes, I did want to say some things first when we, before we start. So I did write out some things I wanted to say. So first I wanted to begin by thanking the members of the Feast Society, the volunteers, our police officers, firefighters, emergency personnel, and everyone who dedicated countless hours to making the feast possible every year. I lived in Cranston my entire life. I've attended the feast my entire life. It's one of the traditions that makes our city special, and it has always been an important part of this community. I want to be very clear, though. At no point was my intention to end the feast, interfere with the Feast Society's leadership, or overstep my role. My goal has always been to help preserve the feast by making it safe and successful for generations to come. As a city council member and a member of the Safety Services Committee, I take public safety seriously. When a large incident occurs in one of our city's signature events, I believe it's my responsibility to ask questions, gather facts, and look at ways we can improve. That responsibility isn't about assigning blame. It's about making sure we learn and do things better. I want to acknowledge that my delivery could have been better. Looking back, I understand how some of my comments were interpreted, and I regret that the conversation became more divisive than productive. For that, I'm sorry. My intention was never to create conflict, but to start a conversation about safety. Recently, I met with Mayor Mitchell of New Bedford, whose city hosts one of the largest Portuguese festivals on the East Coast. They face many of the same safety challenges we've experienced over the years. He shared several ideas that significantly reduce problems, including controlled entry points, strategic fencing, and an identification wristband system for guests who are 21 or older after a certain hour. I'm not suggesting that we simply copy another city's model, but I do think it's worth discussing whether there are ideas we can adopt to fit Cranston's unique event. I've also heard concerns from the Feast Society's leadership and about multiple bands playing at the same time and how that many of them contributed to the crowd management issues. Those are exactly the kind of conversations I like to have with everyone, not pointing fingers, but identifying opportunities for improvement. I'd also welcome the opportunity to be more involved in future safety planning, not to direct it because that belongs to professionals, but to understand how the city council can support the work already being done and help secure any resources that may be needed. I truly believe this feast has the potential to become an even bigger destination. When people think about events like San Gennaro Feast in New York, they think about history, culture, faith, family, and tradition. Cranston has the same foundation. If we continue to invest in safety while celebrating the history and tradition that make the feast unique, we can attract even more visitors, strengthen tourism, and benefit local local businesses in our city as a whole. Throughout my time on the council, I believe in two principles: transparency and listening to residents. During the budget process, I held multiple public meetings because I believe people deserve a voice in decisions that affect them. When concerns arise about public safety, I believe it's important to discuss them openly and respectfully. Social media can be a valuable tool for communicating with residents, but we all know it can also amplify misunderstandings and emotion. And sometimes you have to take what you read on social media with a grain of salt. I've made this joke before. I could fly out this window now and tomorrow people would say he's just too lazy to go down the stairs. It's a useful tool for communicating, but it shouldn't replace thoughtful conversation as fact. At the end of the day, I think everyone in this room wants the same thing, a safe, successful feast that honors its tradition and continues for many years to come. Once again, I want to thank the Feast Society, Police Department, Fire Department, city staff, volunteers, and everyone who's worked behind the scenes. You have my respect, my appreciation, and my commitment to work collaboratively so that this great Cranston tradition continues and continues to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I would also like to say a few words. When Councilman Ritz reached out to me and said, Chrissy, did you see the paper 20 arrests at the St. Mary's Day Feast? Could we put it on your safety service agenda? I said, absolutely, no questions asked, because I knew that without even reaching out to the police to find out what was going on, these were probably not local people. The people that go to the St. Mary's Day Feast care about their heritage. They're doing it in honor of generations, grandparents, parents, and they were brought up to respect the area and to respect what is going on. Since we've advertised this meeting, many members have been bombarded with complaints from neighbors. The main concern is the fireworks at 10 o'clock at night, the feast going so late on the Sunday night. I'm not looking to micromanage anything. I belong to St. Vardanus Church on Broadway. Once a year, we have an Armenian Bazaar at Rhodes and the Patuxent. And that is what our community relies on as a big staple for the entire year. The ladies auxiliary, they're in there baking for months ahead of time. So how this got to be that we were attacking St. Mary's Feast or the society is not what happened. And we never named those organizations. This is about making Cranston look good and proving that this had nothing to do with those two auxiliaries. Our idea was, you know what, let's discuss this in public, and then maybe we can have a subcommittee with the mayor, with the police department. When I discussed this with Major Padalano, he informed me that him, Major Quirk, and others were right there. And what happened, I said, we got to put an end to this. We cannot have neighboring cities having festivals that ending at 7 or 8 o'clock at night, and 20 people or 50 people coming to Cranston now that have been drinking all day long and just looking for trouble. One restaurant, one establishment, I am told every year has outdoor entertainment that carries people from other cities and towns to come. One neighbor wrote me a letter and said, I've lived here 55 years. The only problem I've ever had is the fireworks have damaged my gazebo. I myself go to Blue Moon to listen to the music. It's a lovely experience. We can walk around our neighborhood and do this. This is what we want for Cranston, but we don't want to be in the newspaper as 20 arrests. So that's why we're having this tonight as a discussion to see what we can do. Cranston Police are here, two of the majors, to discuss their input also. We are going to have public comment. Anything you want to say, you're open to say. It'll be limited to 4 minutes, but we're not here to take anything away, rides or anything. We want to make this a better festival for the whole city to enjoy. So I hope that puts everyone at ease a little, okay? Does anyone else, Council President Wall?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen, first, let me just start by saying, I certainly probably can't add anything to what my colleagues, and I thank Councilman Ritz and Council Vice President Haroyan for putting this on the agenda. As it was alluded to before, this is a tradition in the city of Cranston. People in the city love this feast, and they want it to continue to be a fun family tradition that Cranston can be proud of. And I know the people who work in the Feast Society, that's what they want. And they've worked so hard on it all year round for generations, not just now, as a tradition. That being said, I think it is productive going forward to look at some of the things that happen that surround the feast that perhaps we do not want to see. As it was mentioned, we certainly don't want to see our feast being marred by the fact that so many people have been arrested. That maybe some people are having maybe disruptions, disorderly contact, drunkenness, people are being arrested. We want a safe family tradition. I think that's what the members of the Feast Society want as well. So I think it's a very good and very productive thing that we do after the feast, to take a look at some of the things that we can do going forward to make it better and make this that tradition that you want to be proud of, which we all want to be proud of. So that's all I have to say. And I think it is good to have discussion with the police department, with the mayor's office, to see what we're going to do going forward. Thank you. I relent my time, Madam Chair.
You come up to speak, just state your name, your address. If you feel like we have issued the liquor licenses too late or too many of them, don't be afraid to tell us, because this is also us learning how our community feels. And this is the only way things are going to get better. We want this to be successful, but we want it to be safe for you and your families, the first responders, the whole community. And we want it to be something that everyone's like, hey, that's a safe place to go to. Let's go. And it doesn't turn into the water fires where nobody wants to attend because of safety issues. Councilman Underhill, did you have your hand up? Would you like to speak?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to know if you're going to call anybody up now from the society to speak, because once we go into public comment, we can't get into dialect with them. So is anyone coming
I'm
up?
not going to call up anyone by name. I'm going to do public comment. If anyone wishes to speak, they're more than welcome to. If they don't want to speak, if they're just here to listen to the meeting, that's fine. I am going to ask for Major Padalano and Major Quirk to speak if they would feel comfortable tonight about their opinions and the arrests.
So sorry, Madam Chair. So if I have any questions for the Feast Society directed to them in writing, that's where I'm lost right now.
Councilman Underhill has some questions for the Feast Society. I don't know if it means the church part of it or the Feast Society or who plans the
Well, If it
festival.
relates to something that's on the agenda, you can certainly ask the people if they're here to speak on that issue, but we can't get too far away from the agenda if it's other things not related to the agenda item.
Okay, I'll keep it very strict. So if everyone's okay with that, I'm going to call on Major Padalano and then Major Quirk to speak about what they saw this night, and then we'll do public comment. Oh,
Madam Chair,
sorry.
I'd like to say a few words after the major speaks.
Thank you, Chairwoman Haroyan. Is this on? Okay, it is. Okay. Not used to it this slow. I would just like, I'm not going to get into specifics, obviously, because they're ongoing criminal cases. There's 20 of them. I would just say that we need to have a broader discussion with stakeholders involved, the mayor's office, the city council, and when we issue these permits and so forth. And I think it's important that we all seek input from some of the businesses and everybody involved, because you will notice that most of these incidents, a key factor that we have noticed is all of these incidents occur later in the evening. They're at 10:30 at night, after 10:30, well after 10:30, 11:30, 11:45, sometimes 12:30. So I think it's the timing of it, maybe rolling things back a little bit. I think we can come to a pretty easy solution to this when you look at our responses and when these incidents occur. And I'll just reiterate that we're not here to blame it on any one venue. I mean, these people are all, 98% of them are from out of the city. And without getting into specifics, I'll answer any questions that you may have.
I know last year we met and we talked in depth before we had the meeting with outdoor entertainment and outdoor liquor licenses. And we did lower the time for serving outdoor alcohol and for entertainment. That's something we should discuss again going forward, as you're saying.
Yeah, just two quick glaring things that we noticed was obviously the fireworks were at 10 o'clock, ended at about 10:20. And last year and the years prior to, we didn't really have any incidents on us after the fireworks. I think if we rolled that back as soon as it got dark, the fireworks go off, because it also posed a problem for the neighbors who were saying, why were the fireworks going off so late? People have to work the next morning. So I think if we rolled that back and also curtailed some of the licenses when they're issued, as far as putting some stipulations as to the timing, we did do 11, 11:30, maybe go back 10, 10:30, and we can work at it.
And when this feast is going on, I'm being told that there's 17 officers on duty for just this feast. Is that about correct?
Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers. Each night is different. I can tell you that Sunday night is certainly our busiest night. Saturday night was rained out. Friday night, again, another busy night. Friday and Sunday night, there was anywhere between, so Friday night was 15 and Sunday night was 19 officers. But we had brought in our whole patrol unit that was on the road that evening to supplement them for traffic. But we can't fill every detail as requested sometimes, so that also poses a problem.
But I just ask in general, did state police or province police have to be called also into the city for this year, for this
Not-
festival?
Not this year. Last year, we utilized them in the year before, but not this year. We were at the finish line until the very end this year.
All right, thank
After
you
the
very much,
fireworks.
Major.
Thank you.
Major Quirk, is there anything you want to add, or are you comfortable with what Major Catalano said?
Yes, I'm on the same page as the major, just the majority of the arrests were made on Sunday evening. And that just happened to be the night of the fireworks. Not to say that it had anything to do with it, but I believe too, a lot of people approached me. I was there Sunday night and just curious as to why they were starting so late. So personally, I think if they were pushed back somewhat, probably the crowd would be dispersed that much earlier.
It's the city that plans the fireworks and the time, society. But that, Director Moretti. From many phone calls I received, I was told that neighboring city and town had another festival, which ended earlier, and then we got truckloads of people into Cranston. Yes.
Yes, please. I guess I'm speaking to you on behalf of the administration as a chief of staff. But I'm also here tonight as a member of the Feast Society for 36 years. And actually someone who grew up in Knightsville, who basically I still feel like I'm from Knightsville, along with all the people here. I'm not Italiani like some of those people in the front row, if you know what that means from the village in Italy. But I certainly feel very much a part of it. I just made some random comments. The basic is that let's be truthful. The St. Mary's Feast is not what it used to be. There's discussions, that wasn't like when we were kids. They had much more volunteerism. Times have changed when, we had so many people that were out there cooking doughboys, meatball sandwiches. It's not the same thing. So what's happened is because of the dependency on some finances, there's contracting outside. And with that, when I was a little kid, there were no carnival rides, and you have the carnival rides, now you have the games, you have the food, you have alcohol. Used to be a beer guy, and I tried sneaking in when I was a kid, but my father was chief at the time, so I didn't get away with it. So that's what it was. But economic purposes, it has to be expanded. Physically, what happens is the Feast Society in the St. Mary's Feast itself, where it's being held, has basically complete open perimeters. I'm not playing cop here, but it makes it more difficult than if you have a St. Rocco's Feast. If you go to that feast and some of the others, it's one ingress, one egress, and it's self-contained. So I think from a policing end and also from the public being able to enter, they can enter from various points. The event now is about 4 or 5 days, and there is alcohol involved. But let me just, here's the key point I really want to make. If there's one message, it is the St. Mary's Feast we're talking about, but the incidences for the most part, and particularly this year, didn't happen at the St. Mary's Feast. It happened the time of the St. Mary's Feast, but actually the larger incidents were after the St. Mary's feast because the feast closed up, I believe, at 10 o'clock on that Sunday. And the events followed the St. Mary's feast and were not on the grounds. Now, in last year, you're going to remember there was a shooting. That was not on the feast grounds and not during the feast. So I'm not quite sure if the Feast Society is the, pardon the expression, target of this. But they're more the recipient of the bad publicity that comes from it. Now, as the major said, you don't want to blame any particular bar in restaurants. They're capitalizing on this opportunity. But the feast creates the venue to have a one big Mardi Gras in the city of Cranston. And it's that atmosphere, and I'll say carnival atmosphere, I'm not talking the rides, but that carnival atmosphere, I think we believe invites a good number of people out, not necessarily paying homage to the patron saint, if you know what I mean. They're there to socialize, maybe have some drinks, and maybe to cause trouble, who knows? But I just want to overly emphasize that we're not necessarily, and there could be a problem, don't get me wrong, we'll jinx ourselves on the feast grounds. I think there may have been hardly anything this year. There was a minor incident last year at the feast itself, but they tend to be at the bars, and let's be realistic about that. So, Councilwoman, you were Vice President. You were referring the times. The administration, the mayor, would urge the council come licensing time to fine tune those times, to reduce those hours. As we heard when we were kids, nothing good happens after midnight type of thing. And in this environment, nothing happens good probably much after 10 o'clock. So the major did allude to it. The colonel's been involved in these discussions, and the mayor and the administration of the police department has had a post review. And that was pretty much the conclusion of the urging to the council for licensing purposes to give it further thought in the fall. And frankly, I watched these guys and the police officers, and they handled it quite well. They were just responded immediately. But they're going to get hurt someday. And this body is going to regret it, and so would the administration. And we don't want that to be the case under this watch. So we urge you to please change that, but also make public and recognize, I don't believe the core problem is the St. Mary's feast. It's the circus that's around that. Thank you very much.
I agree with you on most of the stuff you said, except for we're not saying it's the St. Mary's. We're saying this is out of towners. We want to all work together. And I don't know if we could even form like some kind of committee. I know you guys had a post meeting on a Monday and you met with certain individuals, police, I believe people from the St. Mary's Society. And being safety service chair, I would love to be involved in that going forward so that when we know the liquor license comes up for renewal, I have my notebook, and I know I'm also not upset and like, this is the St. Mary's Day Feast. The restaurants nearby are also serving outdoors, getting a different clientele. But I can't just say that St. Mary's Feast Society can serve liquor, but the restaurants nearby can't, because we all know the ACLU will come after the city.
Sure, a couple of points. Yeah, I believe anyone from the Feast Society will tell you they shut down at 10 o'clock. Voluntarily. I think they had license actually goes further, but they had
I
voluntarily.
believe it goes
done
to 11 and 11:30.
I think they're allowed, but they've shut down the liquor at that time. As to a post meeting, it was a meeting not involving the Feast Society. It was the mayor, frankly, the other administration members, the colonel and the major. And then there's the desire to have follow up with the members of the Feast Society, and certainly the great idea to have certain council members, particularly of safety services, involved. So it wasn't, it was more of an administrative meeting at first, and that was the beginning of this. But there's going to be more discussions, and there'll probably be more recommendations from PD. But I think everyone's on board together. But it's a community thing, and you're absolutely right. It's not. It's yeah.
Just be members of these communities. It might be us included, so we can all work together.
Yeah.
I know myself, and I know Councilman Ritz, after this meeting was posted, I received 17 emails from residents in that area about fireworks, late night, parking, people using the front lawn as a bathroom, all kinds of things that normal people don't do or behave like that. And I don't believe it was anyone doing that to their neighbor's house.
Councilman, you're exactly right.
Thank you, Director. All right, hold on, I'll let Council President
Franco.
speak. He's had his, Council President Wall?
Okay, no, thank you, Madam Chair. If I recall last year, if I'm recollecting correctly, when the licenses came up for outdoor entertainment, there were recommendations from the administration and the police, in collaboration with the police department on hours during that timeframe. I assume what you're talking about, that meeting that you had with the administration, more of a, is going to come up with some recommendations. The council last year proved that we were definitely willing to, follow the said recommendations, and I'm sure we saw no problem with that at all. We certainly would like to benefit from those. We're certainly going to do what law enforcement says. They are the expert in this, as those licenses come up early on. So you will not get pushback here. We want the fees to be good. So trust me when I tell you, as you said, we're on the same page here, on the same team.
Thank you.
Councilman Ritz.
Just a few things to add. I think a lot of your points about safety and changes too make a lot of sense. And I had talked to, as I mentioned, Mayor Mitchell of New Bedford, and he had similar issues, and he implemented a lot of the things you're saying. He used strategic fencing, and then everyone came through a main entrance. They had a problem with weapons coming in, so they had metal detectors, but they gave everyone a wristband that was under 21. And then it might be too early, but after 8 o'clock, the police went around, and anyone that didn't have a wristband had to leave there and the surrounding bars. And then he mentioned the restaurants and the bars that advertised that they were part of the feast had to abide by the feast rules. As far as music, all those venues, the Portuguese society had to be involved in those decisions. But the bands, he said, were a big thing. The wristbands, having them leave after 8 o'clock might be too early, but after that it was 21 plus, and he said it made a big difference for doing that. I think that's all I have.
Councilman Graziano.
I just had one thing, and I'll just tie it back to the agenda so nobody. Just like event coordination and my issue that I saw in emails was that some of the local businesses that are not serving food or alcohol had trouble getting patrons into their establishments. So for instance, there was a tattoo parlor that is over on Park Avenue, and the way that the feast is set up, they had trouble getting their people serviced and into parking. So there is also a coordination with the other local businesses to ensure that they can get their clients into their businesses. That was the emails that I received. So I just want to put that on the record for event coordination.
Councilman Anderhauer.
First, I want to thank Councilman Ritz for putting this on the agenda. I know you got a lot of heat over it, but it's something that needed to be done. And thank you, Chairwoman, for actually, allowing it to be on. But I think it's unfortunate for the society to be blamed for a lot of things. As someone that grew up in Federal Hill, we have the Columbus Day feast, and not a vendor nor a table does not get put outside without the society or the Commerce Association making money. So I would definitely recommend that we on this side form a perimeter, so that way the society can take control of who's outside, who's doing what entertainment is where, so that way they could raise funds, and at the same time we could be involved. So the police department and the fire department could do the crowd control. But I just feel it's unfortunate for the society to take the heat for this when apparently it was after the hours. So if they're not going to make money or funds off of a restaurant or a live band outside, then that place shouldn't be open. That's how I feel. So that's why in the beginning, I wanted somebody from the society to come up, because maybe that's something they want to do. But once we turn into public comment, we can't talk back to them. So I just hope you reiterate that so they could understand that we can't answer questions or make comments on what they say. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Council.
Madam Chair, the mayor already brought up the incident regarding the feast. The headlines are very deceiving. It reads 20 arrests at the St. Mary's feast. Like I said, that is very, very deceiving, because it did not take place during the activities of the Feast Society. It took place after the Feast Society activities. So I want to emphasize that. As you are all aware, the feast takes place in Ward 5, the home of the birthplace of this feast some 120 years ago. Just want to emphasize, I did not participate in the very first feast. Look, I am also a member of the Feast Society. I've been a proud member since 1979, some 47 years ago. And as an active member, and by the way, we all participate, as an active member of the society, and I take it very seriously, my obligation, my job, so to speak, is to plan the festivities on the Sunday of the festivities, namely the procession and the parade. And as one of many members, I'm only one of many members who are responsible for planning of the various activities throughout the 5-day event. I don't have to explain to you that it takes months of planning and numerous fundraising events to pay for the cost of that feast, some $100,000. And we do not ask the city to participate in the cost of this feast at all. It is by far the most enjoyable, most well-organized, and best attended feast throughout this, not only city of Cranston, perhaps the state of Rhode Island. And to guarantee its safety at the numerous feast activity events and areas, we sit with the police well before this feast takes place. And we plan the feast concurrently with the police department. And we don't determine the number of police officers we need. They tell us how many police officers are necessary to cover that feast. And we pay for that expense as well. So let's talk about these various celebration sites. The question is, where did the incident take place? Did the incident take place at by the way, these juvenile delinquents, did it take place at the Eatery Park bandstand? No, it did not. Did the incident occur at the fireworks? No, it did not. Did the incident occur at the amusement park? No, it did not. Did the incident occur at the Phoenix Avenue vendor site? No, it did not. Did the incident occur during the parade and procession? No, it did not. Did the incident occur at the Society's building? No, it did not. And did the incident occur at numerous music sites? And the answer is absolutely not. And the reason why the answer is no, because each of the Society celebration sites is because the Society did not hesitate in planning properly with the police department to cover these various sites. And I want to emphasize that again. Again, the incident took place after the activities and on Side Street on Green Avenue. Look, I don't question to address any incident in the city of Cranston that basically hinders upon the health, safety, and welfare of our city. You have all the right to do that. But I want to make sure that we understand that this society works closely with the police department, closely with the city of Cranston, to make sure we have a very enjoyable and safe event. Like I said, the food vendors were not responsible. The music vendors were not responsible. The amusement sites were not responsible. The fireworks were not responsible. And the Society ground and sites were well protected by all these events. So I have no qualms about sitting down with the Feast Society and organizing and making this better and better each and every year. But please, let's point at the incident, the unfortunate incident, not on the backs of the Society, but on some juveniles who come here to make trouble, period.
Thank you, as always. Would anyone else like to speak from the council? Councilwoman Fazzari.
Councilman Councilman Ritz, did the New Bedford mayor give you their plan as to what they do? Like, did he email you the full thing?
It wasn't a very detailed, he kind of just touched on those bullets and he said we had the same issues and like I mentioned, the fencing and those pieces dramatically cut it down. Yeah.
So I wonder if he would send us his full plan and then maybe we could sit with the Feast Society, the police, and see if we can
Mentioned that
pull
he's
from it.
Definitely open. His solicitor, I think he mentioned, was the one that had it and he's definitely open to sharing it with us, what he's done.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Concern is the liquor license. I felt very, maybe issuing a liquor license till 11 p.m. was the wrong move. We were asked to, we worked closely with them. We're serving liquor too late. We're going to open to public comment. If anyone would like to speak, you'll have 4 minutes. State your name and your address. Also, we've had a lot of contact with somebody and he told us he's no longer part of the Feast Society. So whoever's going to be running the Feast Society, as you know, we can't go back and forth with questions. If you could provide us with your name and contact information, so if we do have questions, we can reach out to you directly. Is there anyone that wants to speak tonight?
Good evening. My name is Alfred Crudale. It's green. My name is Alfred Crudale. I'm a member of the Feast Society. I've served as all the officer positions. I'm a former president. Presently, I'm the chaplain. I've been a member of the society since 1981. And actually, I'm encouraged by some of the things that I hear from you this evening, because I was led to believe that there was more of an acrimonious nature, but it seems like you're concerned with preserving the tradition of this feast. So I'm very quickly going to give you a brief history. Not even a history. Let me just tell you what we do. That week of the feast is a sacred time for the people of Knightsville. We get together to venerate the Virgin Mary under her title of Maria Santissima della Civita. Now, we've been doing this for 121 years since our ancestors came from the small village of Itri, Italy, and we take this very seriously. We start, the week starts with a 3-day period of prayer, which in the Catholic Church we call the Triduum, and it's always led by our pastor. On Friday night, we have an open air mass on the front steps of the church, and it's followed by a candlelight procession, and we carry the statue of the Blessed Mother through the streets. On Sunday, we have a patronal mass, our annual patronal mass, and then again, our annual procession, and we carry the statue of the Blessed Mother through the streets. Sunday night, we have a marching band, and the marching band, members of the Feast Society lead the marching band through the streets of Knightsville, and we visit many different homes and yards, having parties, and this is all part of the celebration. Several of the members of this council participate each year in that. And then finally, we have the fireworks spectacular at the end of the evening, which concludes the feast. Now, I would like everyone to keep in mind that in Itri, Italy, simultaneously, their festival is going on also. So this is where we have a concurrent festival. In fact, in 2027, E3 will celebrate the 700th anniversary of St. Mary's Feast. So as you all know, E3 is the sister city to Cranston, Rhode Island. Okay. So, and it's been mentioned already, this small contingent of ne'er-do-wells were not Cranstonians. They were from outside of the city, and it feels like the feast and also the church. I want to mention that St. Mary's Church also gets a bad name from these incidents. But if you all remember, a couple of years ago, the state police and the Coast Guard had to board the Block Island ferry because people were fighting on the ferry. Last year they had to call the police to Narragansett Beach because people are fighting. We can't control the actions of other people, and I know you understand this, but we do believe very strongly that the St. Mary's Feast Society and the Ladies Auxiliary are the ones who know best how to offer this feast to the people of Knightsville in a very prayerful and enjoyable manner. And I hope that this council will work together with us so that we can continue to do so. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak tonight?
How you doing? Bill Hebert, 39th Street, Knightsville, Rhode Island, 02920. I'm a proud member of the St. Mary's Feast Society. I'm not speaking on their behalf. I've also been a part of every part of this feast, helped planning it since I was a little kid. My grandfather's a chartered member. My uncle was the longest president at the Feast Society. A couple issues that I have, and I've had for a few years, even when I was a part of the feast. First and foremost, this is not Cranston's feast, and this is not a block party. This is a feast and a festival for the patrons of St. Mary's Church and the people of Knightsville. Over the years, there have been things that I've seen and noticed, and before I go any further, the Cranston Police have done a great job forever. And I even go back to the time when we didn't even have to pay for a police detail, probably 30 years ago, and they did it on their own, and they've always done a great job. And out of all the feasts, our feast probably has the least amount of trouble because it is the outside and the after hours. With that being said, every year we push the feast further and further and further away from the feast. A couple things, parking. I understand on Brick Street, that's a federal building. We need fire trucks to get down there. But every year we're limiting parking. The parking is not, we're making it, you're making it for out-of-towners to come and to pillage. The parking is for the people of the feast for yard parties. Now you're pushing that away. You're having fights on C Street. Why on C Street? Why on Vervina? Because you're pushing people away. Last year, if I'm not mistaken, was there an incident outside Marquette's? They're parking down there. Amadeo's and Marasco's, the streets aren't blocked off. Why are they getting permits for outdoor entertainment and outdoor drinking? Why? On Park Avenue, that's a main artery. Why is this council giving them permits to do that on the curb? That's not in the area that the street's blocked off. Where the street's blocked off, if I'm not mistaken, that's a state road. That's the main artery of the city. That goes from Route 37 through Phoenix Avenue to Park Ave. You talk about containment. Don't shut down that street, and that limits the other two businesses where there's also multiple of issues every year, and you can contain the feast. And the feast was always contained that way before these businesses started with their ordeal, because the feast was Phoenix Avenue, and you walked behind it through the manor to the carnival. It was always on one ground. But this council, now you've built a park. You've pushed our feast across the street there. We've always had our bandstand and we had Italian bands. Now you're making that the main part of the feast. There's a lot of things that I see. The other thing is 10 o'clock. Maybe people don't come to the feast every year. The fireworks have been at 10 o'clock the last 40 years. So I don't know where 10 o'clock comes from. And I'm sorry, I might be very passionate about this. And again, I'm not representing the St. Mary's Feast. I'm not speaking on their behalf. I'm speaking as a neighbor. These businesses, talk about Sunday night. This Sunday night, there were 2 concerts. Last night, there was music. It starts at 6 o'clock. It goes till 10 o'clock. Even though it's summer, a lot of people work. A lot of people, mother and fathers work. They still have to get their kids up on Monday morning to take them to daycare. Why are these businesses every weekend getting permits on Phoenix Avenue? They have tables that come right to the curb. If this is the street, are we waiting for somebody to get run over by a cement truck? What are we doing? Why do the permits keep getting issued to the business? It is not a block party. It's not about the vendors. It's not about the businesses. It's about the St. Mary's Feast. And a lot of other things that you guys don't understand is, if you didn't know, that feast is the only, or one of the only, Catholic feasts that is not put on by a Catholic church. It is put on by the residents of Knightsville that have ancestry from Eatry and the St. Mary's Feast Society. And like former Mayor Traff said, we do countless fundraisers throughout the year. I've been a big part of that to raise the money. The police detail alone, which is probably one of the best things we pay for, is close to $20,000 a year, every year, I would say. And it's well worth it. The police do a wonderful job. And I feel like we're putting it on the police and we're putting it on the Feast Society. This whole problem is this council right here. And you keep giving permits to these businesses. I know you people drink in the businesses or do your events there. It is what it is. But I remember when it was Phoenix Pub. They never
Excuse
had
me,
an
you have
outside
about
band.
30 seconds.
I remember when it was Undercover Bar and Grill and West End Cafe. They never did this. The only issues that started is when these businesses started mooching. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would you like to speak, sir?
Yes, I just want to introduce myself. I'm Carmine Vita, the current president of the Feast Society. And I understand what you're talking about, that we should increase the safety of the feast for everyone. And we have no problem talking with the police and you guys to get that done throughout the year. So you have my number. You guys can reach me anytime you want to set up that meeting. I'll be there for you. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak tonight?
Bob Strom, I'm the treasurer of St. Mary's and also the finance director of the city. Couple of things. The finances of the Feast Society, we're very dependent on activities that go on at the feast, whether it's a vigilia dinner, some other pig roast or something like that, but we're very dependent on the feast due to the fact that our membership over the years has dwindled considerably. I believe it was at one time 600 people. It's down to about 160 to 180. So in order for that feast society to prevail and to continue, we need support. And one of the supports is having bands at various locations within the city location of the feast. We don't support other venues that are down the street or across the street, Cranston Street. So since I've been involved for a few years now, we've never had an incident in the feast surrounding lot. It's never been a problem there. And we do support the police and fire. And for details, and in fact, this year, between the two, it's going to be $20,000 for the Feast Society. It's a lot of money for us to support that. And with fireworks and things of that nature, we don't make a lot of money. We're just getting by to keep the place going.
Could I ask, does the Feast Society pay for all the fireworks?
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Is there anyone else tonight that'd like to speak on docketed items only? Hello, Maria.
My name is Maria Manzi, 196 Bateman Ave in Cranston. I'm here tonight as president of the St. Mary's Feast Society Ladies Auxiliary. And I just want to begin by saying thank you for putting this on the agenda tonight. I'm friends with most of you, all of you pretty much. I'm friends with our neighbors, our neighboring establishments, and a proud member of the St. Mary's Feast Society Ladies Auxiliary. My parents were chartered members. My grandparents were chartered members. This feast is in my blood. We used to be, I'm not sure if we still are, one of the biggest feasts in the state, and thousands of people come from all over the region to visit. We've had people come from Canada, New York, all over, all families from the Trani people. Years ago, we had over 600 members with the men, 200 members with the women. Now we're down to about 150 men and 100 women. So many people by the post have come out sharing interest, sharing enthusiasm, what they want to do. Come join, come be a member. Maybe that's something good that can come out of this as well. We need help. Be part of the solution, not just part of the problem. Some of the other things I want to say about the fireworks. So as long as I remember, they were always at 10 o'clock because the bands would, the Portuguese band would go around the neighborhood and visit the families. And it would always be, oh, when the band reaches Atwood Avenue Field, that's when the fireworks go off. Because I used to live right near there and we used to always look for the flare. So that it has always been that time. Maybe moving it back, but I just wanted to make clear that it has always been that time. Some of the other points I just wanted to make tonight is the feast is a family event. A lot of the things that have come up have been around liquor, alcohol, entertainment, but we have to focus, like Al said, what else it means, which is truly we're honoring the Blessed Mother. We have our Triduum, which is the 3 nights. We have our outdoor mass. We have our candlelight procession. We have our mass on Sunday and the big procession. I mean, we've had hundreds of thousands of people and we had 30 people get arrested. That's not bad, considering the ratio of people, just trying to look on the bright side. And like Al said, we can't control who comes. We can only control what we can, and we do our best. We all work hard all year long with the administration, with the police, with the fire. There's so many meetings. We have so many fundraisers because it costs a lot of money to put this on. And I know, like, I don't comment often on Facebook because I work for the city, but people say when you do, it really means something. And I did put a very long post after your post about the meaning of the feast. And, you know, I won't revisit it all, but like the look in people's eyes when they touch the statue, like Bina Turiani, 102 years old, when she touches that statue of the Blessed Mother, just the memories, like you guys saw me Friday night, I was bawling my eyes out when the statue was in front of, you know, the society, because it just reminds me of my parents, my grandparents, and we just need to keep these traditions going, keep our heritage going. I understand you want to help, and that's great. We'd love to make it better, but we also we don't want you to, I don't want to say you're going to take it away from us, because I know that's not what you're trying, but I appreciate what you're saying about going to Fall River or wherever you just said, but their model might not work for us because they don't have the same neighbors as we do. And I love our neighbors that we have, but as much as I love them, one in particular, I'm sorry, and I've said it to all of you in person, their music was way too loud. Their music was way too loud, and it wasn't fair to anybody around them. It wasn't fair to the people across the street. It wasn't fair to the people that live on that neighborhood. It wasn't fair to us. They drowned out everybody else's music. Buildings were shaking. So I think when you're giving out licenses, that needs to be addressed, and the time. And I think during that weekend, we should have a choice or a say in the type of entertainment that they get to pick. Because one of the entertainers that was there on a Sunday night was not appropriate for a feast. And that's what drew in a lot of the bad element. So I just, you know, I've been just trying to brainstorm and think of some things to help make this a better feast and to avoid some of these situations. But I believe having it fenced in is a great idea. I know one of our neighbors does that now, and it's great because they have it fenced off, but another one doesn't. And, you know, it just helps control who's there, containing the problems. I'm all over the place. I apologize. But I just wanted to say thank you to all the members of the Feast Society, to Father Cisco, and to all of you for helping, and all the volunteers. And I want to give a round of applause for the auxiliary who's all here in full force too. We're all here in a blue, and to everybody that, just so that you see how much this means to us. So thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak tonight on docketed items only?
Robert Murray, 21 Garden City Drive in Cranston. I'm not here to speak directly with respect to the feast, although I have been a volunteer legal advisor to the society and will continue to help them in any way I can going forward. With respect to another agenda item, in a few minutes, you're going to have an item relating to the liquor license for Alexis Pizza and Pasta. I represent the former owners of Campanella's, and next month we're going to be here with a new liquor license for them to reopen. Mr. Videcki is very familiar with the status of that agenda item. I'm here to answer any questions if need be.
Thank you for being so.
Thank you.
Anyone else that would like to speak during public comment on docketed items only? No. Is there anyone online that would like to speak on docketed items only?
There is no public comment online.
Okay, we're going to close. Oh, of course. Councilman Campo Piano.
Thank you, Vice President. I didn't prepare anything, but I do want to thank my fellow Feast Society members for the support and for coming out and showing your passion. I want to thank for my also colleague here, Traff, for his kind words, and he was spot on. I usually make the analogy that the Feast Society is kind of like Christmas. It was a religious holiday, and it escalated into this monetary thing. It became this huge, where it's presents and it's buying and it's giving and it's
it's not what it was meant to be. And that's what happens here with the feast. People around us realize that we can make money. This is something we can do. And then things start escalating. You know, we're gonna have this band, no, we're gonna have this band. We're gonna do this and we're gonna do that. We're gonna have this drink, we're gonna have that drink. So it gets escalating, escalating. And then the Feast Society struggles to compete sometimes. And we try to keep our music wholesome and something for everybody to enjoy, but some of the music down the street was vulgar. There was actually, we heard vulgar language all the way as far as the feet. Our band had to stop. The band that we had to stop because they can't hear us anymore and everybody left. So that was one of the challenges we faced. So I'm hoping that everybody understands the challenges that the Feast Society faces, and Maria alluded to what it really means with the saint. When I bring that saint, and I'm privileged to carry it, I was privileged to carry it in Italy, and I'm privileged to carry it here in the United States. And you could see people come to that saint and touch it and cry and talk to their dead relatives. It's really powerful. So that's what the true meaning of the feast is. And I don't want anybody to forget that. So I'm hoping going forward, we keep that integrity and we can make it a better feast so everybody can enjoy it. Thank you.
Amen. Okay. I've heard a lot of we should deny local restaurants or local establishments. I don't think legally we could. I would ask our attorney when the applications come in. But we all know about the ACLU in this room. And all it would take is one restaurant to say, the city still going off, okay, sorry. So we're gonna have to look at that going forward. Also, until the police have all their meetings and that, we might want to hold off signing any contract for vending like the amusement park until you discuss what hours you would like to have and see if that works with all the licensing, just so nobody gets signed into a contract. The major did suggest that, and maybe the carnival would need a little of their own security guards. All kinds of ideas have been thrown out, but nobody on this council wants to take anything away. We want to make the city safe. And when Councilman Rich brought this to me, I was more than willing, knowing I would take heat for having this on my agenda. If anyone knows me, I just want to help. I told Josh, I'll come to the steak fries. You're down in membership, I'm moving to the area. Join. Whatever we can do to help you, we're willing to do. And we want it, we don't want to see in the headline. Lives in Cranston, and we know that it's not the people that work so hard and are so proud of their area being arrested. So tonight's agenda was to get it out there and get it on record and on recording so that everything looks a lot smoother. And going forward, the public knows it's not St. Mary's. At my full-time employment, people are like, hey, 20 arrests at your St. Mary's Day feast. I'm like, I can guarantee you, none of them live in Knightsville or the neighboring neighborhood. So that's why we were all brought here tonight. So I hope everyone understands that. And going forward, if you feel you need to reach out to safety services, my phone number's everywhere. Look on the agenda and reach out to us if you have comments, concerns, if you have any ideas. Usually the liquor licenses all come before me sometime in December for entertainment, for liquor, for the neighboring areas. If you feel there's an issue, feel free to reach out to me. I'm an open book. I talk to anyone and everyone, as most people will tell you. Thank you for coming tonight. Next on our agenda, we're gonna have the show cause licensing, Victorin license for Alexa Pizza and Pasta LLC Business Nellis at 930 Oaklawn Ave. Is anyone here tonight besides Attorney Murray for this? Okay, we're going to determine tonight.
Center, if you could.
Okay,
Because it's.
we'll give a few minutes for the room to empty out and for conversations to happen outside. Your friends will leave you.
Why? Because of you. They heard you were gonna be on tonight.
Okay, solicitor.
You're on, John.
Madam Chair, okay, so I assume obviously we're talking about the victualling license right now. There's also the Class BV full license for the former Campanella's located at 930 Oak Lawn Avenue. And there was concern last time we were here about the fact that the former, well, yes, the former owner, Mr. Lafredo, had transferred the business without proper authorization, did it illegally. So we did hold a show cause. In the interim, I had spoken with Attorney Murray, who apparently represents the original owners who have indicated a desire to basically, I think, go back into the location, maybe reopen it. Hopefully that's what happens. In any event, to make a long story short, what I did was, to simplify this process, is I reached out to the receiver, very nice gentleman by the name of Richard Land, just for a couple of reasons. One, to put him on notice of what we were doing here tonight, and then also to get his input. So what I have is, I'm just going to ask that this be made part of the record. It's the email chain that I had included you, Madam Chair, as well as Attorney Land, and I believe Mr. Murray was also part of it. Basically, what it does is it indicates that he has absolutely no objection and no interest in these licenses. And so with that being said, once we put this into the record, I'm simply going to ask that both of these licenses be revoked for failure of the prior owner in not following lawful procedures. So there is no objection. He's not appearing. This will establish that. So I'm just going to ask that this two-page email chain.
Councilman Underhouse?
Solicitor,
Wait a minute, could I have a motion to accept the email chain into the record tonight?
So moved.
Second.
Should we say it's dated Monday, July 27, 2026 at 3:29?
Do I have a second?
I made a second.
I don't know.
Okay, now, if there's any discussion, Councilman Underhouse, did you have a question?
question I have is the tangible taxes. Do those get wiped out in the receivership, or are we getting stuck with them? Because I know we could revoke the license, but in other cities, if there's a bill, like as far as like a tangible tax, licenses, new or transfers won't happen. So that's my only question that I had for the solicitor.
Well, I am not overly familiar with how it works in receivership. Perhaps Attorney Marcello or maybe even Attorney Murray is more familiar with that. My understanding, and I may be wrong, is that once it goes into receivership, the court basically collects all of the assets of the business, tries to discharge as many bills as it can, but if there's not enough money, certain things are discharged. I'm not sure if tangible taxes survive that process.
I think the priority of the local taxes.
I would defer to either of these gentlemen because I'm not quite sure how receivership works.
I believe the receivership of the court would recognize the municipal taxes as a lien on the property, which would have priority over unsecured creditors.
But
I could be wrong.
may,
Attorney Murray.
I agree with Mr. Marcello. What the city should be doing is filing a claim in the receivership. They would get a priority preference if there's any funds available to be distributed. But we are not looking to transfer the old license to the new license holder. We're applying for a new license. because we didn't want the liabilities that came with it. We bought some of the assets from the receiver, not the liquor license. So, but Mr. Marcello is correct. I think Mr. Capuano should just file a claim with the receiver. He can go right on the receiver's website in the form.
So
I couldn't hear you.
would you ask for the
That a
lien
claim
to?
be filed?
Yes,
Yes, I'll follow up on that.
okay. Could I please have a motion to revoke this? We were in discussion, so.
Well, let's,
Yeah.
we need to vote on the
Okay.
record. To accept the record, to accept the email chain into the record.
Without objection, it should be part of the record.
Without any objection, this will be part of the record. Any objection? No. Okay, thank you. All right, so
Now we're gonna take the vote on motion we need a motion.
motion to
Revoke
revoke.
the victualling license, and then a second motion on the Class BV full license.
Okay, could I please have a motion to revoke?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll call?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
No.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Okay, second, Class BV, full license. Could I please have a motion to revoke that license?
So moved.
Any discussion, Councilman Andujar?
My understanding is with receiverships that real estate taxes do get paid, but tangible do not. So that's why I'm not supporting this, because we're gonna get stuck with that bill.
Thank you. All right, could I please have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
No.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan. Council President Wall.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Solicitor, I'm going to need you for the next one also. Committee matters carried over. This is a victoring license that they applied for in March. We have carried it over every single month. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months. The clerk did not hear anything from them. I really would like to just remove this or deny it. What would you suggest? It doesn't need to be on my agenda every month, unless somebody is here from you, Dumplin.
I don't think denial is appropriate. After discussing it with Solicitor Attorney Marcello. Just let it pass from the calendar. They're gonna have to reapply. That's it. No more continuances. So if they want this, they're gonna have to start the process all over again or go back on the calendar. Yes, going forward. Just have it removed as an agenda item.
And table indefinitely.
Motion to table indefinitely.
Second. Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante. Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
The next is the Class B liquor license for the same business, same situation. So
Motion to table indefinitely.
Second.
any discussion? Councilman Campopiano
Are they open? I'm just.
requested this in March, and they did appear in March. We have not heard, and every month we're continuing it. They need a letter of good standing from the State Department of Revenue. They also need a certificate of occupancy per zoning certificate, and they have not reached out.
So they might be just struggling to get going.
You still have communication. If you're a business owner, you communicate with the city or town, you're asking licenses for.
You're right. I just didn't know if they were open.
Clerk, could I please have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante. Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Okay, new matters carried over on this committee. This is the expansion of premise per diem license for Night Owl Restaurants LLC doing business as Basta at 2195 Broad Street. Is anyone here from that establishment tonight? Come right up. Am I correct to understand there was a Scribner's error and you would like this on August 15th from 6 PM to 11:30?
That's correct.
And you'll be renting a trolley shuttle from the Shriners back and forth for parking.
Correct.
This is a one-time. And how many people do you expect?
We anticipate around 150 guests.
Okay, hold on. Solicitor, does that require police or fire detail?
Having trouble
Boss
hearing
is gonna
you.
have a one-night private event with a trolley, and it's about 150 guests.
I'm being informed by the major that they have already ordered a detail.
They have
So-
already ordered the details, so you're in good standing. I think that's all. Could I please ask for a motion? Oh, discussion?
Is the hours 6 to 11 or 11:30?
11:30, they've asked for, they'd like a half hour to clean up, and I'm very comfortable with that. I'd be comfortable with midnight if needed, but you're only thinking 11:30?
Yeah, the event should conclude at 11 o'clock, and then it's just getting the guests safely back to their cars, and our staff will be cleaning up outdoors.
Okay, I should have had you in the beginning. I'm sorry. State your name and your address.
Sorry, my name is Justin Braun, the Director of Operations for Basta, located at 2195 Broad Street.
Okay, I'm gonna ask for a motion to approve this, please.
So moved.
Second.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we clarify.
Councilman Wong?
Yes, is this 6 PM to 11 PM or 6 PM to 11:30?
11:30 PM.
So we have to amend what's on the agenda. So I make a motion to amend the hours to state that it is 6 PM to 11:30 PM.
So moved.
Second.
I need a second.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
No, we gotta, actually, you can't do that. You have to get a roll call vote.
All right, roll call vote. Clerk, please.
Councilwoman Graziano?
Yes.
Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz?
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante? Councilwoman Vaziri?
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan?
Yes.
Council President Wall?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm looking for the motion to approve this
So
As
moved.
amended.
as amended to 11:30 PM.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I please have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano?
Yes.
Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz?
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri?
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan?
Yes,
Council President Wall?
Yes.
you're all set. Have a great night.
Thank you so much.
Next on my agenda is the Class F liquor license. This is a new one. And this is a one-day request also for the Cranston Historical Society. This is the Taste of Cranston at the Sprague Mansion, August 25th, 2026, from 5 PM to 7 PM. Is anyone here tonight? No? Okay. I went to that last year. There was not hundreds of people. I'm going to ask for a motion to approve
So
this.
moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano?
Yes.
Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz?
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri?
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan?
Yes.
Council President Wall?
Yes.
Okay, next on the agenda is Class F1 liquor license, new ones. This establishment came in today to correct the dates and amend the times. Rhode Island Food Truck Events located at Mulligan's Island, 1000 New London Ave. Mike McAtee.
Michael McAteer, 34 Midland Drive, Cranston, Rhode Island.
Thank you. And I understand what you're looking for now is, okay, August 29th, the first one, the other date was blacked out. September 12th, September 19th, October 10th, October 23rd. Oh, and October 4th is written in underneath.
Yes.
Okay, and you're asking for the dates for the 14th to be 12 to P, the 23rd.
It's 12 to 6. There's the two that during the day is, it's for actually the Cranston Police Outreach Division. It's the 19th of September and the 10-2 event. Those are 12 to 6 PM. The other ones are from 4 to 9 PM.
4 to 9 PM. Okay. This is not on everyone's notes because they came in today and amended it. Luckily, our acting clerk, director communications updated mine. So I'm going to ask for a motion to approve these with those dates and times. The only 2 days that the times noon to 6 are the 2 days that they're operating. The rest will be evenings, and those will be 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. Originally, it said 6 p.m. That was an error.
So moved.
We put
Wait.
10, but we're usually out of there by 9, because it gets darker.
Mosquitoes.
Lights are expensive.
Well,
I just want to clarify what, because I couldn't hear, what were the dates, just so we have it on record? The 12 to 6 dates, what are those?
to 12 states,
Press the button.
10-4
Yeah.
for the 12 to 6, and then I believe it's 10-23.
No, it's September 19th,
September 19th, all right, she wrote over that, and the rest of the evenings.
rest of the evenings.
So you're amending it, everything is correct on the agenda, except you're going to amend to have September 19th
September 19th,
and October 4th be at
Correct.
12 to 6 p.m.
correct.
I want to make sure that was on.
Yep, and the rest of the dates will be 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. So I'm asking for an approval as amended. Wait a minute, clerk.
I just have a question. The licensing clerk had written down till 10 p.m. Like
9
just said,
p.m. 's
until
fine,
9 p.m. So I'm just want to make the record clean. So is it 10 or 9?
It's 9. Let's
Nine?
just do 9, because we're
Okay.
not going to be until 10.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now we're going to change that to 9. Okay, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve this as amended hours as we just stated.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano?
Yes.
Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz?
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri?
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan?
Yes,
Council President Wall?
Yes.
thank you. You're all set. Have a nice evening. Okay, Victor and License New, BJG Cranston LLC doing business as Mulligan's located at 1000 New London Avenue. The hours will be Monday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to 9. The reason we have this is because you cannot transfer a Victorin license when there's new owners. So this is a new Victorin license. Asking for approval.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
There are a couple of folks, if their hands raised online, that might be them.
Okay. Do you want to, first, Michael, would you like to speak?
Yep. Hi, this is
Public
Michael.
comment.
Appreciate you guys putting us on the agenda. Don't need to interrupt. Just wanted to show that we're being represented at the meeting.
You're the applicant, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you're just letting us know you're online.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
Thank you,
because we
guys.
don't have, we already had public comment for agenda items only. I see there's another person with, I can't read the name, Spencer. Spencer, are you the owner or the attorney representing this company?
No, I work alongside Michael, so we are both here for the same reason.
Okay, thank you. If we have any questions, we'll ask you. I think everything's right here, and I'm just gonna ask for the motion to approve.
Second.
Say, motion approved, we can hear it.
Any discussion? Okay, clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano?
Yes.
Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz?
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri?
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan?
Yes.
Council President Wall?
Yes.
Okay, on to the next item. Thank you for attending. All right, the next item's Premier Coffee LLC, Premier Coffee Roasters located at 1 Starling Way, Unit D. The hours are listed. I'm asking for a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano?
Yes.
Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz?
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri?
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan?
Yes,
Council President Wall?
Yes.
thank you. Next on the agenda is door-to-door soliciting permits. This is a new one. It is called House Account Bradford Cirilli, which I understand is a home improvement, and I'm asking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano? Yes. Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz? Councilman Trafficante?
Yes.
Councilwoman Baziri?
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan?
Yes.
Council President Wall?
Yes.
Next on the agenda is Hawker's license. This is a new one. Tiana Tasters. I'm asking for a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, may I have a roll call?
Councilwoman Graziano?
Yes.
Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz?
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante?
Yes.
Councilwoman Baziri? Council Vice President Haroyan?
Yes.
Council President Wall?
Yes.
Next on my agenda is a new peddler's license, creative design by AMA, located at 20 Florida Avenue. I'm asking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano?
Yes.
Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz? Councilman Trafficante? Councilwoman Baziri?
Yes.
Vice President Haroyan?
Yes.
Council President Wall?
Yes.
All right, under H, this is for informational purposes only. If you want to just take a quick look at that, we don't need to vote on those. Yep. Next on the agenda, license renewals before the committee. This is auto repair licenses. These are all renewals, and I'm going to ask to take them as a bundle if there's no objections.
Motion to take them as a block.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll call on taking them as a block?
Councilwoman Graziano? Councilwoman Graziano? Yes. Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz?
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante?
Yes.
Councilwoman Baziri?
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan?
Yes.
Council President Wall?
Yes.
Could I please have a motion to approve as a block?
So
Motion
moved.
to approve the block.
Second.
Discussion? Clerk, could I please have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano? Yes. Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz?
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante?
Yes.
Councilwoman Baziri?
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan?
Yes.
Council President Wall?
Yes.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have Class F1 liquor license at the Greek Orthodox Church located at 175 Oak Lawn Avenue. Is there anyone here tonight from that church? Okay, the dates are listed, the times are listed. I'm going to ask for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano?
Yes.
Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz?
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante?
Yes.
Councilwoman Baziri?
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan?
Yes.
Council President Wall?
Yes.
Next on the agenda is St. George Church located at 1493 Cranston Street. This is their annual Lebanese event. The dates and times are listed. I'm going to ask for a motion to approve.
So
Motion
moved.
to approve.
Any
Second.
discussion? Could I please have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano? Yes. Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz? Councilman Trafficante?
Yes.
Councilwoman Baziri?
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan?
Yes.
Council President Wall?
Yes.
Next on the agenda is a Class F liquor license. This is the St. Mary's School located at 85 Chester. Their event is September 19th, and there's a Scribner's error that wrote 5:50. It's actually 5:30 PM to 9:30 PM. And it's called the Night to Remember, and this is an annual fundraiser with beer and wine. I'm going to ask for a motion to approve with the amended time of 5:30.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano? Yes. Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz? Councilman Trafficante? Councilwoman Baziri?
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan?
Yes.
Council President Wall?
Yes.
Next on my agenda is used car auto sales renewal, and this is CarMax Auto Superstores, 13 Bald Hill Road. And I'm going to ask for a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll?
Councilwoman Graziano?
Yes.
Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz? Councilman Trafficante?
Yes.
Councilwoman Baziri?
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan?
Yes.
Council President Wall?
Yes.
Next on my agenda is septic hauling license. This is a renewal, Situate cesspool located at 26 Green Hill Road in Johnston. I'm asking for a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Baziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Next on my agenda is the per diem entertainment license for the Greek Church located at 175 Oak Lawn Ave. The dates and times are listed. This is the 40th Annual Greek Festival and event. I'm asking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante. Councilwoman Baziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Okay, next is temporary mass gathering license. This is at the Greek Church also located at 175 Oak Lawn Avenue, dates and times. This is their annual event. Could I please have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Clerk, have a roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Baziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Next on my agenda is St. George Church located at 1493, the same annual event, Lebanese, and the dates and times are all listed. This is for the mass gathering license. Clerk, could I please have a roll call vote? Oh, can I ask for an approval?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar. Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante. Councilwoman Baziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Next on the agenda, the entertainment license for the Greek Church located at 175 Oak Lawn Avenue. Dates and times are listed. May I please have an approval?
So
Motion
moved.
to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll call?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Baziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Next on the agenda is a carnival license renewal for the Santa Maria de Prada Society located at 29 Walnut. This is Walnut Grove Ave. This is their summer festival. Hours are 5 to 10:30. Fire marshal approved, traffic, okay. Can I please have a motion to approve?
So
Motion to
moved.
approve.
Second.
Discussion? Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz. Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Baziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Next is the parade license, the renewal, Santa Maria de Prada Society. And the date is Sunday, 9/6/26, from 12 PM to 1:30 PM. Can I please have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Second, anyone?
Drafted.
He
Okay.
seconded it, but I do have a question.
Yes, okay.
It says subject to fire and traffic engineer.
They
review.
were both submitted today and the clerk
were submitted?
updated me.
Okay, very good.
So everything is in order in that. May I please have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz. Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Baziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Monthly schedules below, the only one that submitted it was Roads on the Patuxent. I did inquire about Park Theater. I was told there's no event. Stadium, no event. So if you just want to take a look at them, that's all. Don't have any licenses approved, subject
Wait,
to, not yet
Councilwoman-
issued. We're all set.
Councilwoman, we have to take that as part of the record, the roads.
Okay, could I please have a motion to take the monthly schedule for Roads on the Patuxent?
Motion to enter into the record the monthly schedule for roads on the Patuxent.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Baziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Call for an adjournment. All those in favor say aye. All those-
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Public comment.
I'd like to call the Finance Committee meeting to order. Today is Monday, August 3rd. It is 7:34 PM. Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilwoman Graziano?
Present.
Councilman Andujar?
Present.
Councilman Ritz?
Present.
Councilman Trafficante? Councilwoman Vaziri? Council Vice President Haroyan? Present. Council President Wall?
Here.
We have a quorum. This time, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the May 4th, 2026 regular committee meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilwoman Graziano?
Yes.
Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz?
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri? Council Vice President Haroyan? Council President Wall?
Yes.
At this time, I would like to open up public comment for docketed items only. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on docketed items only? Please state your name, address, and just say finance.
This really doesn't fit in.
Just say finance.
Kimberly Bogosian, 45 Mount View Drive, Cranston. I discovered a double pothole on Reservoir Ave right before Cello's on the fast lane to the middle lane. Yes.
Where is that again? Because that's a finance, because we have to fix that pothole. So what is that address again?
It's a double pothole before Cello's and before you take that left.
Before the left. Okay, so you're heading towards Warwick Mall.
I'm
Garden City.
heading towards City Hall.
City Hall. Okay, so it's coming down. Thank you very much for that public announcement.
And then a second issue was, well, not an issue, but like part of the ordinance meeting, there was no public comment. I'd like to bring up about the trees in Ward 2 and 3. I went to that meeting.
This is not,
This is
this is the finance, right? This is not on the ordinance.
Yeah, it just has to do with money. Just go ahead, hurry up. Make it quick.
Wards 2 and 3, I went to the schools and they need trees, and I think it would be good citywide for all the wards, because I live in Ward 6 and we definitely would like some free trees from the.
Yep, we're gonna take care of that, and it's a big finance issue. So thank you very much for your time. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on docketed items only that pertains to finance? Please come up. State your name and address. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Michael Caramonte. I'm the president of IBPO Cranston. I'm just here to offer any services or questions or clarifications I could add when talking about the contract tonight. I'm kind of the main part of my end as far as negotiating that. I'm sorry? Is it on? It is, yeah. All right. Yeah, if any clarifications or anything you might have either tonight or in the future, while this process happens, I'd be happy to do my part in answering any of those questions, okay?
Thank you for your services. Anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on docketed items only? Seeing none, clerk, is there anyone online?
There is no public comment online.
This time, I'd like to close public comment. If there is no objection, I would like to take the meeting out of order. Seeing no objection, at this time, I would like to entertain going into, where is this thing? At this time, I would like to enter into executive session. The city council may vote to go into closed executive session under RIGL 42-465A2 session pertaining to collective bargaining for the proposed of receiving an update from the administration related to the tentative agreement between the city of Cranston and the IBO 301 contract 2026 through 2029. May I entertain a motion to go into executive section?
Executive session.
Is there a second? Second, any discussion? Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilwoman Graziano?
Yes.
Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz?
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri?
Yeah.
Council Vice President Haroyan?
Yes.
Council President Wall?
Yes.
We are now in executive session. record to reflect that other council members that are not on the finance committee were present and in executive session. At this time, may I entertain a motion to return from executive session.
Moved.
Second.
He does it separately.
I have a second.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilwoman Graziano?
Yes.
Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz?
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri?
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan?
Yes.
Council President Wall?
Yes.
At this time, I entertain a motion to seal the minutes from the executive session.
So moved.
Moved.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilwoman Graziano?
Yes.
Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz?
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri?
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan?
Yes.
Council President Wall?
Yes.
This time, I'd like to also notify the council that in executive session, we did speak about this contract, so please refrain from any social media or talking outside of council, okay? I also want to let the record know that the finance committee did meet. They recommended full approval and moving this over to the city council. So I believe we don't need a vote, correct? All right, so moving on. Going back to the beginning of the agenda, we are going to new matters before the committee. Resolutions. Resolution loan authorizing the city of Cranston to issue general obligation school refunding bonds to refund outstanding general obligation bonds of the city issued to the Rhode Island Health and Education Building Corporation. Has everybody seen that? Mr. President.
Yeah. Before we take a motion, we have several of these refunding type bonds, Mr. Strom. Yeah, through the chair, could you kind of give an explanation of the what's going on, how these refunding bonds benefit the city's finances?
When we were looking with our fiscal advisor at how we could save some money and look at some of the bonds that may be maturing, we looked at, there was one that was with Rybeck, which is a school bond, and that was for $4,565,000 being refinanced at $2,695,000. The second one was, well, let's do that first. That's basically because it's a Rybeck bond, it's a 53% split. So the savings is $200,000. The city over 10 years would receive over the 10-year period, $100,000. The second resolution was for 2 15 and 16 GO bonds that were $8,730,000 being reduced to $4,635,000. The other one was $7,840,000 being reduced to $1,875,000. The first one was over 10 years. The second one over 3 years. The savings over a period of 10 years would be $190,000. So that would be $19,000 per year. And the third resolution is a non-school $22,560 that we would pay, that when we go for the $100 million bond to pay off the school's notes, we would get that $22,560 returned to the general fund, which would be in a few weeks. Because right now, we are going to transfer the bands and notes to a GO bond for 25 years, which will save the city a considerable amount of money, and we would be able to get the 74% reimbursement for the finances of that bond.
So in essence, if I'm hearing you correctly, pardon me, I'm sorry, these refunding bonds, they're basically getting a better rate.
Yes.
So, and you're indicating savings for each one of those. So it's a positive thing for us.
Right.
It's like refinancing your home to some extent. Would that be?
Yeah,
for a better rate?
in layman terms, yes.
Okay, which I probably am.
Yeah.
All right, that's all I need.
Okay.
Thank you. May I entertain a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilwoman Graziano?
Yes.
Councilman Andujar?
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
Yes.
Councilwoman Baziri,
Yes.
Councilwoman Horoyan,
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Moving on to the resolution of the loan order authorizing the city of Cranston to issue general obligation refunding bonds to refund outstanding general obligation bonds of the city. I'm pretty sure everybody heard Mr. Strom. May I entertain a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante, Councilwoman Baziri,
Yes.
Council Vice President Horoyan,
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Moving on to a resolution, to the intent of the city to pay the 22,560 of the outstanding general obligation notes without exhausting the authority to issue the bonds or notes in such amount. May I entertain a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Thank you, Mrs. Strong, for giving us that final refi thing. I think everybody's gonna understand it better now. So with that, clerk, please take a roll.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Baziri,
Yes.
Council Vice President Horoyan,
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure everybody saw in their real estate, their packet, the real estate tax abatements. May I entertain a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante, Councilwoman Baziri,
Yes.
Council Vice President Horoyan,
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Moving on to council member communications. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If Director Strom could step up. Tom, do you have this available for the screen?
Yes, I do.
We're gonna start on page 1. So is the most important page. Just in case, I know Director Strom has it. I'm gonna look at a couple of things on this. So I'll start on the top. We talk about the general fund. As of this last financial report, the June financial report, we're seeing a $9.3 million deficit, correct?
Correct.
And that would be coming from two areas. Our expenses are, as Joe Balducci used to say, to the bad, $8.4 million, and about $900,000, our revenue is down.
Correct.
Okay. Also want to just, for the record, last time we were here, I was very complimentary that the school budget had a slight surplus at that time, if we recall. But as I'm looking at that, now they're in a $2.1 million deficit. And the breakdown would be their expenditures are over by 1.5 and their revenues are down by about $568,000.
That's what's been reported to us this past week. Well, I should say last week.
So as I look at that, and I know there's no magic bullet, what are we doing to offset these type of things? So we see this figure, it's a bad thing. These are bad figures. Guys, we get it. You guys pick up, I pick up everything. Unfortunately, this is a good microphone.
I could respond to. the
Yeah,
school.
please. Any edification,
Yeah.
please.
As you know, there's a new gentleman at the school. I think he's doing a good job. He and I had a conversation and he told me that they are expecting some Medicare money to come in that has not been allocated or posted that will bring that deficit down to probably, he said, he's hoping for a small surplus. So that's a big swing.
So by the time the books are settled,
That's what I was told.
tentatively that,
Yeah.
and that would be fantastic.
That's 2 million.
Yeah.
Roughly.
That'd be fantastic.
The other thing is, I want you to know and the council that the 60-day rule is not complete yet, and we've been getting in, I would say, probably $300,000 per month. I don't know if that trend's going to continue, but that's going to help the general fund as far as revenue
Okay.
for the fiscal year.
So there's a chance that our number would be better than the $9.3 million deficit. You're looking for a figure, I know, though I won't hold you on this, but just closer to what?
Well, we're looking at a figure in the the general fund, probably slightly under 9 million, 9.3.
Okay,
And if, based on what I was told from the school department, there's a good shot that their figure will be, say, a balanced budget, so $2 million would go away. So
okay.
that would bring the total change in fund balance to about 2.5 million. So it bring it down to about 9 million, which would certainly make the projected fund balance at least the 2 to 2.5 million higher.
Okay.
So
I-
it's still a deficit, but we're working in the right direction.
If I could, Mr. Trafficante, did you want to ask a question? And I'm not the chairman of this one, so
I
with
think-
with the approval of the chairman, could he comment on this page as well?
It's your floor, it's your floor.
I think he answered my question. The savings on the school department did not impact the $8.4 million expense deficit that we have.
No, it didn't. No, they're totally separate, but then we combine them as a audited financial report.
So the next page, and thank you for that. The next page I'd like to look at is the graph page, page number 3. It has to do with revenues up to June 30th.
Mhm.
And everything seems to look okay, except for investment income.
Well, that's true.
So investment income is down about 2 point, oh, sorry. My eyes are not so, I always forget my glasses. 2.4 or 2.5? 2.4? 2.2, all right, 2.435, so I wouldn't round it up. Why? I just wanted, if
They
there's
were-
an easy answer, just let me know.
Well, that's been an issue right along with the budget. They used a higher rate of interest
Okay.
income as far as the rate and also how much they invested.
Okay.
And with the deficit running,
Hmm.
they didn't have as much money to invest, so consequently, the earnings of interest income is less.
So this is a figure we're gonna
It
see
was
all the time.
overstated.
That with, this trend is unfortunately, is gonna continue.
Well, for not in 27, we adjusted correctly for it.
That's what I wanted to hear.
No.
Now, see, I
We
sorry,
didn't,
so that's
we
why I
didn't,
wanted. to hear.
our interest income, we made it much more realistic.
Ah, beautiful, okay. Thank you. I'm gonna move to 4. And, I'll look at interest on debt. Yes, and that figure, am I reading it correctly? Is
3 million?
3.3 million, and that's a significant figure.
Again, it wasn't budgeted properly. They
wasn't
didn't include one component of the interest, which is those notes that I mentioned that
Hmm.
we're rolling over into a GO bond. It wasn't included in the calculation of 2026's budget.
Right.
And so we had to pay it,
Yeah.
and so that's the shortfall.
Some of the items we approved tonight, pardon me for not knowing the terminology off the top of my head. The refunding,
Yeah.
bond,
Yeah.
is that something that is going to help us in that line?
Yeah, over a period of 10
Over-
years, though, there's
but-
not going to be a big swing. And
It's gonna be a while
Yeah,
before we see
right.
some,
But every little bit, in my opinion, helps to offset any bonds that we do go for.
okay. Thank you.
And again, we budgeted correctly for next year.
Which is
for-
important. Yeah.
Yes. So I don't believe we're going to have any major delta or variance, anything like that,
Nothing
either in
like
interest income or in principal and interest debt service.
Debt service, beautiful. Last one I'll move on to because I won't take the whole night. I believe it's page 13. With the permission of the chairman, certainly.
Go ahead, Mayor.
When you talk about debt service, if I recall a couple of weeks back, you said that our debt service was going down.
What we budgeted for 27, there's been a reduction in our debt service, yes. But what he was referring to, Traff, was that we're over this year, 26, by 3.3 million. because it wasn't budgeted properly.
So the last one I'm gonna focus on tonight is page number 13. And I'm really just gonna look at, and I know we've delved into this several times before, the severance line, that first line under expenditures. And it says adjusted budget, 200,000, actual, 736,000. And the variance between those is obviously approximately $536,000.
Correct.
What accounts for that $536,000?
That represented all the people in the city that left with a severance package and also with a, so to speak, a buyout. So that, all those except police and fire severance, everybody else is charged to the finance department and in my department under severance.
So if I'm understanding it correctly, and you know this has consistently been, in April, has been a bone of contention with me, is that I'm seeing a $500,000 cost there.
Yes.
And that's not counting the people who got severance on the police and fire line.
No,
And it's not, I'm not counting, obviously, anybody in the school line.
no,
These are just people we offered a certain amount of money if they'd like to leave.
yes.
And it's cost us over $500,000.
Well, that, and don't forget, it cost us money, they leaving because they get what they call a bust out, which is their sick time and vacation time,
Mhm.
plus the incentive that they took to leave. So that's not gonna, that's all gone now. It's not part of
Yeah.
27 at all.
And I'm glad that's gone, I'll be honest with you. But perhaps, I mean, that's an interesting point. The breakdown of that, because, listen, I was not shy in saying I thought it was unnecessary to spend all that money. I'm not gonna lie to you. But a breakdown of where those monies came from, what do we call it? A bonus at that time? Or was it a to leave bonus? I forget.
I don't know if it was called a bonus.
I forget. It was
A
called
buyout,
something.
a buyout, payout.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
figure, yeah. Could we break down the costs on whatever that incentive, we'll call it an incentive,
Yeah.
incentive versus the buyout of their sick time? I just, it still bothers me, I'm not gonna lie to you. But that being said, if you could get that breakdown, so I have that figure.
Yeah.
I personally have nothing, man, thank you for, your candor and your knowledge on this matter, I appreciate it.
But we wanted to make sure that everything occurred in 26, because we knew 26 was not a good year, let's face
No.
it.
Frank
we
Sinatra
wanted-
wouldn't disagree with you.
For 27, we want to make sure that we're
Yep.
on the right track.
Yeah. And once again, thank you for being so, I relinquish my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Director,
Yeah,
so we're projecting a 9.3. That's what it's projecting,
for the
correct?
general fund, yes.
Yeah, but then at the bottom, I have 11.4.
That includes the school.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
Anybody else? Councilman Ritz.
Few questions. Council President answered a few of them already. So the rainy day balance, we're at 5.4 million. Is that the ending balance?
For the school?
Yes, yeah.
No.
No, rainy day balance.
No, it's 4.6 million. Right at the bottom of the first sheet.
I didn't print it all, I wrote the page on
That
page
includes
11,
the
I was looking at
school and the city's general fund. So it's, it comes out to $4.6 million.
On page 13, it has the crossing guards. We're over $111,873 in crossing guards. I was wondering on that one because we reduced, I believe, 10 buses. So I didn't know how we were so out of whack on crossing guards.
I'd have to check. I don't know, but I do know that Mr. Marchese, our purchasing director, is looking into negotiating with the vendor for that, for this year that we're in now. And one of the things, not to have become a public safety issue, he's looking to see if there's some areas where it's not necessary to have a crossing guard. Now, we're not going to do that for safety reasons, obviously, but if we can save some money, if it makes sense, then we would do that.
with that because we reduced the bus routes. So I would assume we reduced the crossing guards.
Those are buses.
Okay, that makes sense. I was just thinking the buses, do we really reduce them?
Any further questions, Councilman?
Do you, Council President?
Well, just to add, and Mr. Trafficani and I both, and probably other people on the school committee, the bus aides would be in the school department budget as opposed to the crossing guards are in the city budget. I think initially years ago, I think they actually one time in the police budget, right?
Well, the crossing guards are in.
Are in the police.
On page 14, non-sufficient funds fees, it's off by 125,000. I just didn't know what made up that number, so it's so far off.
Rick, can you repeat that question?
14,
Non-sufficient.
NSF fees, it was off by 125,000.
This is on the treasury.
Yeah, I just wrote I didn't print it out because it was so
I
long.
believe it's under treasury, but I don't know what.
You know what page it is, Frank?
Page 14.
14?
Line item number?
Sorry, I wrote the page and everything.
NSF?
NSF
doesn't
fee
sound
was
right.
off by 125,000.
This has got to be under treasury, I guess.
Okay, I see it. Yeah.
I don't think so.
$7,000.
That, on your report, even though it's in brackets,
Yeah.
that's an increase in revenue. Yeah,
Yeah. 7.
I'd have to check probably with treasury.
Let's do more of that.
Yeah, do more of it if we can do it. Yes, yeah. Just a couple more quick ones. Page 17, the highway miscellaneous, that it's short 56,000. It seems like that number keeps growing. I know I asked before, I didn't know what was in that account that it's changing so much.
And that's another revenue account, right?
Another revenue, yeah.
I believe what was budgeted was overstated, and so
Okay.
we're under.
Thought
But
that
I'll
might be
check on
just
that
such a
because
big one.
actually I can do that now. If you have another question, I'll answer, then I'll look that up.
I just two more, if it's okay, Chair. The pool supply budget, I thought I saw was at 0. Pool opened in July. I thought we'd have some supplies before then, but are we doing okay? Budget
Yeah,
for
the pool
July?
supplies was in this year's budget, 27.
Yeah, it's just 0.
Yeah.
For this one, I assume we'd have to have some supplies.
Well, we didn't have the
getting
pool open for 26. Yeah, but he's saying it's 0 for 26. Yeah. I mean, I think we either went out to bid or we had quotes on pool supplies and also pool attendants, which is new for 27, and we didn't have that for 26.
Just two quick ones. Page 35, senior services. I saw the part-time employee salary doubled. Did we add another person to the senior center?
Anthony, we didn't hire anyone. Yeah,
So page 35, senior services, where it says part-time salary, it was double. But if you're saying we moved someone from another department there.
That was on the RSVP. Category 1606.
What time?
and
1606 or 1605. Senior service.
Hold on a second. I'm looking up highway right now. Yeah, and that could be some, looking at the beams and things of that nature, anything that's of a major expenditure. Try to keep the ice rink, because as you know, the ice rink's over 50 years old. Yeah. I'm looking at one of the questions. Skipped one, but.
Mr. President, you have a question?
While you're in the ice skating rink, I don't want you to go anywhere. The ice skating rink is an enterprise fund.
Correct.
It sustains itself.
Correct.
It owes around $700,000.
Right.
Revenue, $700,000, $600,000 to $700,000 in expenses.
Correct.
But in addition to that, and I can't seem to find it, years ago, not so long ago, we sold the bubble, right? We sold that, right? And that money was put into an account.
Correct.
And it was supposed to be put aside to do those renovations. And it's not been spent the way I understand it.
No.
So,
From what I understand, there's close to 400,000 in a reserve fund for the ice rink.
so we shouldn't have, that shouldn't contribute to a deficit at all. I mean,
Right.
right? Unless we have, the repairs more than 400,000.
If there's a large capital expenditure.
Right.
What we would do is transfer that money that's in reserve over to pay for that capital expenditure, if necessary.
So something outside of and it was, I mean, you were here when that was sold. right?
Yeah, no, I
And
wasn't,
that's the way, you weren't, I, some reason I thought about.
but I know about it.
All right, so, I mean, so what happens if you transfer that money? And let's face it, we've talked about it last year. The ice skating rink is in tough shape. It's needed a little bit of love. Now's the time to take some of that money out and help it out. That's why,
Well,
that's what it was for, not for other capital expenditure.
no, but I think there hasn't been a decision what we intend to do. We might go out to bid and look at prospective buyers, someone that take it over on a lease basis. Anywhere where we can have someone maintain or improve the facility and still keep a rink for the city of Cranston.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about repairs right now.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about
But
future,
most of the repairs we do are not capital or extraordinary type repairs.
So that $400,000 or whatever has
Yes.
been spent on it is enough to
Like we did,
maintain.
I
There was a
think-
leak under it, I agree, I hear.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
that's still, we maintain that. That's all I'm gonna say.
Kind of like a little Band-Aid on the
Yeah,
bottom of the
well,
leak.
they put some kind of solution in to drain it out and,
Okay,
yeah. But there was the Zamboni room, which the floor needed repair. That came out of that
okay.
reserve account. I think it was 40,000.
I wanted to silent because I did have that for a while, so I thank you for allowing me the ability to come in.
Yeah, and I meant it as a positive, like we were doing something to
Yeah.
improve it. It
But-
was just, since it was called construction, that's why I
Yeah.
was confused. I just want to make sure it was maintenance or if we were
But
doing something special.
to answer your question, Councilman, on the, I believe it's on the highway. The budgeted figure for 26 was pretty high. We've since reduced that down to about 150 instead of 220, which I believe is
budgeted.
more realistic.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. All right, thank you. That was all my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions?
Chairman,
Mayor Trafficante.
Yeah. So this we bring up here. also.
Same thing.
Yeah. Okay.
I want to go back to the enterprise fund. I always thought that when you have an enterprise fund, all the money that's generated for the operation of that particular building through rentals, et cetera, stays in that fund.
Yeah.
It doesn't belong to the operation budget of the city.
Mhm.
So why isn't that money being utilized to basically do those repairs Why is the city taking on some of these repairs?
We're not taking out, we don't pay anything out of the general fund for these repairs. For the sewer nor the ice rink. It's all paid out of,
The salaries of the people that work in that building.
there's only one full-time in the ice rink and the rest are part-time.
And that's paid for out of the enterprise fund.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And
And
I wanna
same
get
with the
back-
sewer.
Okay, I understand. I want to get back to what the council president brought up earlier. We generated roughly $500,000 expense with the incentive of people leaving. Now, how many positions was that approximately? About a dozen, 2 dozen? I can't recall. I don't recall.
How many positions? in the incentive program?
Approximately. I don't know.
24.
How many?
24.
24. So I assume we're not going to fill 24 positions in the forthcoming budget. I have to assume that. If we do, we're foolish, but I'm just saying, I'm assuming we have 24 positions that are, they're going to be vacant in the next fiscal budget. Therefore, what is the potential savings of those 24 positions?
So I'd have to go through to see those positions, but as Mr. Moretti just stated, those positions are not reflected in the budget. They've already been eliminated.
So there was a savings then.
Yes. So where we paid with the 500 over,
All right.
there should be savings in salary line items.
Could you possibly bring that up, and next time we bring up the budget situation, I'd like to know what the potential savings are in that area.
Okay, all right.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, may I entertain a motion to adjourn. What, Mr. President?
There's the other point I have, the bond. I'm sorry, it's almost that time. You're almost, we're done. This shouldn't be as long. So the new, Director Moretti sent me a message regarding the new bond ratings came out.
Yep.
And some of them were okay. And I guess we dropped in one or two, was that correct? In one of them. So
Yes.
maybe
One of
give me the updated, just publicly, the updated ratings, and also with those updated ratings, what are potential concerns as if we may have to bond out in the
Well,
next year?
S&P, we remained at A+, but they gave us a negative outlook because of 2 years of having deficits, 25 and projection for 26.
Okay.
Fitch, excuse me, is a AA-, another negative outlook, same reason. Moody's, on the other hand, downgraded us from A2 to A1, but our rating stayed the same as a stable situation. So they dropped us by a letter, but we're stable with Moody's. The other two, we remain the same, but have a negative outlook.
So in layman's terms, when we go out to bond,
Mhm.
we get a rating.
Right.
So is there any way you predict the impact that
I-
these figures, these new ratings will have on our,
I don't believe
Interest
with
rate.
these new ratings will be an issue.
okay?
Okay. However, if we generated another deficit, which I'm telling you we're not going to do, but for
Appreciate
27,
that, yeah.
that would be 3 years in a row.
Mhm.
They'll definitely affect our rating.
So the big magic 3 would be next year.
Yeah.
We definitely, and
'Cause
nobody in this room wants to see that. I don't see it, yeah.
Right, because
So-
they like the fact that we're making strides to correct the problem that occurred.
Absolutely. That's all unless, do
You
you,
want to say something? Yes.
through the chairman, yeah.
By all means.
Every time you say that, you
I'm
open up
not.
another
Now,
can
this-
of worms.
This I think is pretty relevant, though. The message behind this, other than what you guys have just spoken about, is several of us went on those calls with the bond rating agencies. What they like to see, and you guys, the council, I'll say the city of Cranston has the positives, has shown the ability to raise taxes, to be able to see a problem and do something about it. That was acknowledged. That very important. And so they believed in that. The stable tax base is very important. And also identifying the problem and now working towards fixing it. And all those things together had to do with not a dramatic impact on the changes in the bond ratings. I think that's very important to stress. In other words, keep up the good work in that regard. Obviously, it was not a pleasant process, but by doing what everyone did, it paid off, and it's recognized on the street.
Okay. Well, thank you, Trey. I have.
One other thing, I just want to follow up also.
Okay.
They like the fact that looks like with the Cranston Print Works area and over there, that there's growth that's coming into the city as well.
That's
Yeah,
good.
okay.
I have nothing further.
Mayor Trafficani.
Answer quickly. The sale of the two buildings, two elementary schools, is that going to have a positive impact also?
The intent of those would be to sell them. There is an agreement. It's not signed, but to be presented would be giving a portion of the proceeds to the schools on a one-off basis, which we had discussed before. But to answer your question, the proceeds would be a one-time, the intention is because the council would have to approve this, would be a one-time influx into the city that would result to go towards fund balance, to increase the rainy day fund, less an amount to be given to the schools that they could use on a one-off basis for some of their capital improvements. That's the fundamentals, Mayor. Now, will that be a positive? Yeah. Will it be so dramatic to, give us to increase our bond rating? Probably not, but it's another one of those contributing factors that we're doing the right thing.
Mr. President.
I think you kind of caught my look at it. This still hasn't come before the city council. And so as soon as we see that, we certainly, I know we'll be eager to ratify it, but I think you get the meaning. It's coming. You remember?
Potential concerns, we're good? All right, may I entertain a motion to adjourn? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any nays? Ayes have it. We are adjourned at 8:57 p.m.